Jake Phipps. Jake Phipps. Is Jake Phipps here? See that green light? Let's make sure it's on.
Okay.
I'll say, I'm going to call this meeting to order. It'll be, first of all, we'll do a water authority meeting. It could last 20 minutes. Then we'll start the other meeting. There could be a short recess in between. That's all.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate all of
Yes,
this.
sir. Appreciate you.
We're going to be a slight delay getting started. We don't have a quorum yet.
Test, test. If I could have your attention, is there a Damon Glenn Walker in the room? Mr. Walker, Damon Glenn Walker? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so need a little patience here. We're waiting to get one more council member because we need 6 council members, 6 votes for some of the items, especially the Water Authority bonds. So give us just a minute. It is vacation season's our biggest problem. Okay, right now we're aimed at 2:15 for start time, 2:15. Okay, it's time to get started. Take your seats. I will call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
And a quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider extending the lease agreement with the Lawton Water Authority for contract RFPCL 18-048 RV Park and Campground, Lake Ellsworth, with Amy Sims, DBA Minnow Marina at Fisherman's Cove for an additional 12 months, and authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute the required documents. Christine.
This is a contract extension for the Fisherman's Cove concession lease.
Any questions or motions?
I make a motion, Mayor, that we approve.
Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Brings up item 2. Rescind the resolution number 23-01 that was approved on May the 16th, and consider and take action with respect to approve the new resolution of the Lawton Water Authority, the borrower, approving and ratifying the filling of a programmatic application with the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan program, with the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain sewer system rehabilitation, approving and authorizing a clean water SRF loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million, approving the issuance of a promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million in one or more series, secured by a pledge of revenues, authorizing its execution, approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for clean water SRF loans, designating a local trustee, and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement, approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary, sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project's cost disbursement account, and containing other provisions relating thereto. Rusty.
Yes, this is cleanup language in the resolutions required by the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, and it's really, it's basically the same action that the council took on the 16th, other than it is being very specific that we're pledging as collateral for the loans the revenues. It also is very specific that we're paying the debt service using the half-cent water and wastewater CIP funds. But the collateral is the utility income as the collateral, as the pledging that, but we are still going to pay the loan. And we in the language, they wanted to make sure it was very defined that the collateral used for the loan is the revenues, and that the debt service is being paid for out of the CIP.
Okay, is it fair to say just a little legal clarification?
Yes, it's really a legal clarification.
And this is what the bond attorneys say.
Yes.
We have to rescind and issue a new
Yes.
one and make
Yes.
it clear.
Yes.
Are there any questions? We have a motion for approval. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Item 3. Rescind the resolution number 2302 that was approved on May the 16th, and consider and take action with respect to approve the new resolution of the Lawton Water Authority to borrow, approving and ratifying the filling of a programmatic application with the Department of Environmental Quality from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF, Fund Loan Program, and the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain water system rehabilitation, ratifying the submission of a programmatic application, approving and authorizing a drinking water SRF loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount not to exceed $80 million in one or more series, approving the issuance of a promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $80 million, secured by a pledge of revenues and authorizing its execution, approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for a drinking water SRF loan, designating a local trustee and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement, approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project cost disbursement account, and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
This is the exact same situation on the drinking water for the water line replacements.
Gill makes a motion to approve. Harris seconds. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Passes 6-0. Bringing up item 4. Rescind the resolution number 23-03 that was approved on May the 16th and consider and take action with respect to approve the new resolution with the Water Authority, the borrower, approving and ratifying the filing of a programmatic application, the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the board, for financial assistance through Financial Assistance Program, FAP Loan Program, with the loan proceeds being for the purpose of financing certain water system improvements, alternate water supply projects, approving and authorizing a Financial Assistance Program, FAP, loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $50 million, approving the issuance of a promissory note or notes in one or more series in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $50 million, secured by a pledge of revenues and authorizing its execution, approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement for a Financial Assistance Program, FAP loan, designating a local trustee, and approving and authorizing the execution of a trust agreement, approving and authorizing the execution of a security agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing the establishment of a project's cost disbursement account, and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
This is exactly the same situation as the other two.
Gill makes a motion to approve. Harris seconds. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Is there a motion for adjournment? Harris, Hampton makes a motion, and Gill seconds. Please call the roll.
Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Hankins.
And we stand adjourned. John, do you need a break between? We're good to go. At this time, I will call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Jeff Elbert of Cameron Baptist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Very quickly, there I am. Hello, I appreciate the opportunity to pray for our city and our council. I'm privileged to stand before you today. Micah chapter 6, verse 8 says, "He has shown you, O man, what is good. What does God require of you but to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you, your God?" Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for just instituting a city like this where we can be free, a country where we don't have to hide who we are. We're grateful for the opportunity to showcase your love and good news, dear God. I pray for this city and this nation, God, that we will act justly and swiftly with it, God, that we will have mercy and to walk humbly in all of our endeavors, dear God. I pray for the city council, for our leadership, for our residents and our citizens of this great city. Even though there is plenty of negative to say about our city, we make it a mission to show the good things about our city, and I pray that you will remove the tares from the wheat, if you will, God, so that we will know that your goodness still exists here, and we're faithful in those things. We love you. We trust you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Right, thank you, Pastor Elbert. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Okay, now we'll have a presentation of the Citizens of the Month, Desiree Schneider. If Desiree would come forward with the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, please.
There she is. How are you, Desiree?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi there. How are you?
This is Vintage. She's going to help me accept your work.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, I always love giving the Citizen of the Month award, and I always enjoy recognizing citizens for what they do in the community. And we have so many people that do so many good things, and I don't think that we can do enough to appreciate them in the community. As a matter of fact, as I look out over the audience, I see some of those people in here that do good things for our community. So the proclamation says, whereas Desiree Schneider has demonstrated outstanding commitment and dedication to the enrichment of our community through her tireless efforts in promoting and providing art activities for children. Whereas her journey began over 15 years ago when she recognized the need for arts programs for children in our community and took it upon herself to make a difference. Desiree embarked on a remarkable journey seeking donations from social media contacts, organizing the first workshop, and spreading the word through the Lawton Constitution, the Lawton Forza Arts Council website, and her own social media platforms. Whereas with the support of her family and volunteers, Desiree successfully launched the first workshop, which served 5 eager children. Her program has now grown to accommodate up to 75 children at any given event. And whereas Desiree's dedication to serving the community did not waver during the pandemic as she adapted the program to include drive-through arts and crafts activities, ensuring that children can continue to engage in creative projects at home. Whereas Desiree's commitment to accessibility is commendable, as she has always ensured that attendance is free of charge, relying solely on generous donations of community members for supplies. Whereas, in addition to her efforts in providing arts activities, Desiree's compassion is demonstrated through her provision of healthy snacks for children during workshops, recognizing that it may be the only meal some of them receive that day. Desiree has gone above and beyond to ensure the continuation of arts programs, even bartering for by baking desserts or making meals as a trade for much-needed craft items. In a time when art funding is being cut across the nation, Desiree's effort in securing donations and providing art activities for children are more important than ever. Now, therefore, I do proclaim Desiree Schneider the Citizen of the Month for June 2023, and ask everybody here to help me give her a big Lawton Forza appreciation. Everybody needs people. All right, Desiree, and we're going to give you the mic for a minute.
I just want to continue, a minute. I just want to thank the community for all your support, and then we'd like to invite you guys to the first Saturday of every month from 10 to 12 for the free kids art workshops. We do close down for July and August, but we're looking forward to see everybody. I want to thank all my volunteers, the grandparents and the parents that bring the kids.
All right, thank you. Let's give her another round of applause. Okay, hold on. Now we've got to let the Christina Whitson, the Mayor's Commission on Status of Women.
Hi, I'm Christina Whitson. I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Commission with the Status of Women. And y'all, I read this girl's application. I knew her when she was teeny tiny. And when you guys see those 580 magazines, and I know they're called something different, Inspirations now, read those. Those are cool stories about amazing people like Desiree, and that's where I kept track of her. I found that she was doing this. Y'all, she does this, like the mayor said, with donations and out of her own pocket. She'll bake you a lasagna for crafts. So you guys, think about it. I mean, how many people, I know she's convinced her parents to help, and she has all this help, and it's free of charge. She's doing this for our children in this community. So I just can't say enough. I'm proud of her. So turn in more people like her.
All right, thank you guys so much, and again, congratulations.
All right, well, that was the fun part. Now we get on with the meeting, and we'll start with city council comments, starting with Ward 1. And Mr. Harris? Yes. This upcoming weekend... You can turn on your mic, please.
Are we good? This weekend, Friday and Saturday, is Freedom Fest in Elmer Thomas Park. Jason's here somewhere. This young man has been working like crazy to make this all it can be. And last week we had a build session for the first ever Classic Chevrolet Community Home Center Soapbox Derby. And we had 19 people come and join their youth. There was grandpas, grandmas, and moms and dads helping their kids build soapbox derbies. And I'm really excited to see that. That'll be on Friday night, and along with the hot dog eating contest, which is going to be won by our city manager, allegedly. So that'll be a lot of fun. The mayor has assured me that the weather will be some kind of wonderful. So please come out and support. A lot of time, a lot of effort have been put into this, and it's going to be awesome. The fireworks show is bigger than ever, and I think I saw them setting up some special effects today that look really fantastic. And I want to tell you, there are going to be a lot of food trucks out there, and one of them is a place where you can get lobster rolls, and I've had them, and they are awesome. So come on out and celebrate the birth of our nation this weekend, and have some hot dogs. Come watch the Soapbox Derby, and come watch the fireworks. It'll be awesome.
I just want to say, in reference to your comment about the weather, it had previously been scheduled to be about 110 degrees. Made a few phone calls, it's down to 91.
Make a few more.
You bet. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish I had that much power. I just want to give a shout out to the farmers market. I do say this all the time. I'll tell you what, I had to cheat and look up what I bought, but I bought a summer early white bush scallop squash, and I went home and sliced it up, got some cracker crumbs and fried it up, and it looked so good, I ate it while I was cooking it. I don't know if you've ever done that, but they've got fresh. It only cost me $1 for the squash. Anyways, I just want to encourage you to go out there. They have a food truck Tuesday, and that's really hammering it. Get out and enjoy things. You know, it'll make a difference in your life rather than just sitting at home. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Uyghur. And Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, good afternoon.
Good to have you back, by the way.
Good to be back. Thank you. No, Mr. Mayor, just as always in most summers here with the military and during a time of transition, we continue to appreciate all the support from the council members and the community writ large, to include the entire city, for welcoming all the new soldiers and that are coming in regardless of rank or position, and then farewell on those that are leaving. We always do truly feel so very welcomed here in this community, and thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. And I always like to say we exist to support Fort Sill and its mission, Fort Sill and the soldiers and mission. Thank you. Now we move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the council, to the city council, that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And first up, we have Jake Phipps. Jake? And Jake, we need you to give us your address, and then you have 2 minutes.
Okay. You want me to give that to you when I'm through? Okay. Council members, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to come speak. Kind of had some concerns and wanted to voice to you guys why I have halted to open a location for my business in Lawton as of right now. I'm one of the owners of On Point Construction Management. At On Point, we believe in being part of the communities that we're working in. I live about 20 minutes outside of Lawton city limits. My wife is from Lawton. Her parents are from Lawton. Her grandparents are from Lawton. So I feel like we probably have some roots here. I feel like I've always felt like I was part of this community. All the materials that we buy, we work all over the state. All the materials that we buy, regardless of what town it's in, we purchase here in Lawton. The issues started whenever we went to get door-to-door permits for here. You know, we do roofing, gutter, siding, storm restoration's a big deal of what we do, but we do a lot of projects outside of roofing. Looking back at it now, I think we started getting pushback from the door-to-door permitting process. We had a gentleman there that was easy to work with, was helping us out. One day he was gone, a new person came in. All we started getting was why we couldn't get a permit to go door to door. We have no problems paying for permits. We understand that it's required. Once we move from there, of course, you know, we have to register On Point with every city that we work in. Lawton wasn't any different. They said, hey, you have to register On Point with the city of Lawton. It's this amount of money. We require this information to have. So he's like, that's not a problem. Look fairly simple compared to the other cities that we have worked in. So we go to provide all this information and then get told, well, you need to provide this, this, and this as well. So we gather that, make another trip back to Lawton City Hall, provide that information, where I'm told you need to provide this, this, and this also. This isn't enough. So I do provide that information, make another trip back, where I was told I need to provide more information. At this point, this is more extensive than any city I've ever worked in the state of Oklahoma. At that point, we thought it would be better to get my business partner involved and just come down from Norman, bring our 3-ring binder with all of our information in it. This was after I confirmed, hey, it's okay to send some stuff in email. They emailed us everything that they required, so Bill would have it. He gathered everything, brought all of our information down, comes to City Hall, provide it to the permitting department, where he was informed that we didn't have all the information. There was more information required that was not on the email that we sent to him. Luckily, we had the information there in our book, so we got through the process. Finally got registered in the city of Lawton to do work. We were doing work, we've been doing jobs, things have been going great until I guess the morning of the storm that came through not long ago, and we got a phone call from a gentleman. Got a call from a gentleman that told us that our door-to-door permits were void, They weren't any good. If we were caught knocking doors, our guys would be arrested and could spend up to 60 days in jail with no warning. At this point, I feel like that we've kind of been singled out a little bit, because I've seen companies from Tulsa, Oklahoma City. I know guys that came here from Minneapolis and Illinois to work. Not a single one of them have been stopped. None of them have got a ticket. Not one of them have been threatened to be arrested yet. So with that, I guess my main question would be is, I feel like On Point has been singled out. I don't know if that's something you guys can find the answer to, if somebody's got an explanation. Also, my next question would be is, why is this not being enforced with anyone else that's coming from out of town?
Mr. Phipps, I'm sorry, I've let you go over time. I'd like to visit with you later. I think your phone number's on that paper, and you can also get with, what staff member would you like for him to get with? With the city manager later as well, okay?
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Unfortunately, we keep him here during the meeting.
I understand completely.
You'll have to connect later, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And next up is Aquarium Yarborough, 1510 Southwest Washington.
So I wanted to come up today. I'm going to make sure I come every week, right? I'm going to get on top of that. But I did my research, so I was told that I can announce that I'm running for Ward 7. So I wasn't in Ward 7 originally. I was actually in a different ward. But for some reason, when I moved back home and then to my home, and I started coming to do public stuff, everything got rezoned. So now I'm running for Ward 7. So the reason I'm coming up here is because I want to start identifying these things in front of the citizens, that these aren't coincidences. I showed up today to hang out with this, not even hang out, to come actually sit and watch, and then I see a citizen that actually texted this morning that I hadn't seen in a while, and just checking on her, and then just finding out the things she's going through with you guys. It frustrates me because I know this citizen. This is a local business owner. Her daughter does music. They do not even just that. Her daughter bought her first home at like 15 years old, graduated college at 16. This is a single mom. This is a single mom. And every time we look up, whether they're business owners, it doesn't matter what their color is, it doesn't matter what their religion is, it doesn't matter any of that. Now we're going to get up here and play the politics. We're sitting around and we're selling out our city for who knows what, right? I won't get on it on here. But I'm just saying that these citizens are hurting. I'm a citizen, I'm hurting. We're all hurting. So when we see you guys doing $80 million guarantees with CIP funds, yeah, that hurts. That hurts because you can take that $80 million and you can break that $80 million up amongst these 92,000 people around here. You can pick a side of town. You can go to Ward 7. You can help that one out. You can go to a lot of places. You can fix that AC I've been asking about at the King Center. You can do a lot. But I'm just saying that we're citizens, and we're saying this is our city. This isn't your city. We run this city. This is our city. Our citizens, not 100 of us, not 50 elite families, not a certain amount of people. It's all of ours. Each person, each individual, each cat, each dog. Registered. I know how you guys like it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak during this time of audience participation? Yes, ma'am, we need your name and address.
Hi, my name's Marcia Kronk. I'm at 5668 Southwest Indiahoma Road in Indiahoma. You've seen me before. Thank you for having me back. I just want to continue to give you updates on the status of the pet crisis in Comanche County, but also in Lawton. In the last 10 days, there's been over 70 pets that have shown up on social media as either lost or found. 70 pets in the last 10 days. There's nowhere for these pets to go. The shelters are full. That we're not offering any resources besides the resources that I'm offering through Comanche County Pet Resource Foundation. If we don't get a handle on this really soon, I'm afraid we're going to have a really, really significant problem. We're concerned about infectious disease like rabies. You know, these pets are not being vaccinated. They're strays. We've already seen a huge parvo outbreak. And if we get something like a rabies outbreak, it's really going to be not good. We've also have seen more and more incidences where citizens cannot go out on walks in their neighborhood because of stray dogs that are attacking them or their pets. So I just continue to try to encourage you to let's find some solutions to this, okay? I encourage you at a minimum to put together a task force, similar to what you have done with the homeless task force, which I'm a part of, and I appreciate that very much that you've done that. So to develop a task force that we can start to put some solutions to this problem. I'm working with the Comanche County commissioners now, because this is a Comanche County problem, not just Lawton. Same thing that I'm asking for them. Let's just get a task force together, okay? In the last year, we've helped over 500 families keep their pets at home, whether it's through veterinary care, food, supplies. We are doing long and short-term fostering for folks that are going into rehab, and these folks would not be going into either rehab or domestic violence, those types of programs, if their animals are not cared for. And so we're helping a population that is truly in need. Again, I just encourage you to bring the pets up in priority. We just had some speakers talk about some money that's going into the community, lots of money. If you just put $500,000 into the shelter to have them fix their facilities so that they can be better infectious control, those types of things would be huge. There's a lot of things you can do for free, and I know we're running out of time. A lot of things you can do for free within the city. Get your volunteer programs together. I just applied for 300 vaccines, 300 dog vaccines, 50 cat vaccines. That's mandatory, that is given out for free clinics. That's hard for me to do. That's easy for you to do as a government. So, start to think about these programs. We've got to get a handle on this. It's going to get out of hand the way the economy is going. We're going to have more and more people that are running into even caring for their own families. We're running out of time, okay?
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward at this time of audience participation to make comments on anything that is not on the agenda? Come on up, sir. Okay, we need your name and address, please.
Rondell Terry, address is 535, oh my God, I'm sorry, I get nervous in front of people. Urban Circle, Fort Sill. Urban Circle, Fort Sill. I'd like to first say thank you all for allowing citizens of Lawton to come up here and, share their thoughts. And sometimes thoughts are just that, they're just thoughts. And, it's good to submit strategic plans when you're saying, hey, let's give $500,000 towards this, let's give $2 million towards this, $3 million towards this. Being part of different boards, representing different nonprofits, Family Promise is one that I was a former VP, so I can say thank you for the funds that have been given. They have been helping a lot of families in our communities, United Way. So what we've done in the city here as nonprofits is, we partner. So when one area don't have some of the resources that are necessary and needed, then the other nonprofits, come forth and help. I get about 30 calls a day with my nonprofit. We're one of the organizations that don't use any funding, and we privately fund through our own, like myself, through my job. I take my money, take 80% of what I make, and I fund my nonprofit to help the citizens of Lawton. But I do appreciate each and every one of you. I know some of you here personally that sit on different boards and different organizations working tirelessly to make sure the city of Lawton have, what they need. And it's not very easy to take millions of dollars and make all of the right decisions to make everybody happy. That takes a strategic plan. So I would say to the citizens of Lawton, if you do have a plan, submit it in a strategic manner so that it makes sense and that, they can make decisions that make sense versus being emotional and trying to please others because, somebody's going to lose. But it takes the citizens working together, and that's what the nonprofits are doing. So for the ones that are complaining and saying that you all are doing a very bad job, I can say for myself and being part of the nonprofit community that we are grateful and thankful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming. Is anyone else that would like to come forward? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And before actually we get in the consent agenda, we have some agenda items to strike. We will be striking items number 36 and 37 from the agenda as well as the staff reports. We will have one address when we get to that item to pull. Now, I need to pull item number 2 from the consent agenda as a citizen is requested to speak. Are there any other items, council, on the consent agenda that you would like to pull?
Mayor, could you pull item 12 and item 13?
12 and 13?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other items, council, that you want to pull? Right now, we have 2, 12, and 13. Excuse me just a minute, okay?
Mayor, stand by just a moment, please.
Okay. That's it. Okay, those aren't consent. Were they? Hold on, let's just verify.
37, 38 are consent.
Yeah, those are consent.
They are?
They are, sir.
Yeah, they're consent.
Okay, so back to the consent. The 36 we will deal with. It's 37 and 38 that we strike. 37 and 38, so I misspoke there. So the items we have coming off are 2, 12, 13, 37, and 38. Is that correct? Do I have a motion for approval?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda except for items 2, 12, 13, 37, 38.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda except for 2, 12, 13, 37, and 38. Do I have a second? Yes.
Second.
Second. Okay, we have a second. Please call the roll. Or please vote. Okay, and the consent agenda as made the motion passes 6-0, bringing up item number 2. Consider the following damage claims recommended for denial. Jody Ann Williams in the amount of $5,850 and Raydon Rebecca Winsler in the amount of $1,524. I think that Ms. Winsler is here to speak. So we could probably, is anybody here to speak on the Jody Ann Williams claim? Okay, can we have a motion to go ahead and pass that portion? Do we have a motion and a second to pass the Jody Ann Williams portion of the denial? Please vote. And that portion passes 6-0. That brings up Rebecca Winsler. I hope I'm saying that right. Great.
Yes, sir. Mayor and Council, we have a damage claim from Randon and Rebecca Winsler for $1,524 for a tree that fell on a fence that they are claiming was damaged by the city. What happened is this tree is in a utility easement near 3120 Northeast Colonial Drive. The fence was erected by the Windsors as well in the utility easement also, which is not allowed per City Code 20-1-101, Part 2A. That code says that drainage easements may not be fenced or landscaped unless the erection of the fence or landscaping is approved by the city code official, city engineer, and an administrative permit is obtained. There is no permit on file. What happened to that fence was roughly around 2 p.m. on March 31st of this year. We had some bad weather. Wind gusts got up to about 45 miles an hour. Turns out the tree was actually dead. It fell on the fence and destroyed it. So it's weather. It's an act of God. The city is not responsible for that. And because of those facts, we have recommended denial of this claim.
Okay, Council, do you have any questions before we go to the citizen? Okay, would Rebecca Winsler please come forward? And am I saying your name correct, ma'am?
Winsler.
Winsler?
Winsler.
Okay. And Winsler, what do you want to tell us?
There's some inaccuracies in your report. The tree wasn't dead, and my fence is not, it's adjacent to the ditch. It's on this side. Okay, I'm sorry. The ditch is on the north side of my property, and then the utility easement's on the north side of the ditch. And the tree it fell was on the city's utility easement, and it came across onto my property, and there's like 6 to 7 panels that was damaged. I have the fence line going this way, east and west. It damaged like 3 panels there, and then when it fell, it just barely missed my house. It did catch the deck, on the corner of the deck, and the fence is going right along parallel with the north and south part of the fence was totally collapsed from the tree falling on it. And I just moved here almost 3 years ago and just had that fence put in for my dog to keep her over in this area of my yard. Utility easements in my yard is to the east of my house and the north of my house. And then on this side of the creek, that is my property line. And like I said, the fence I had installed by Impact Fencing, and I'm assuming he did get the permit to put it in 2020. And it was installed alongside also my other neighbor's property line, which his is even 2 feet more out towards the creek than where I put the fence in. And then my other neighbor on the other side, his fence is back on for the utility easeway, and they can get through there. But it's really a different layout, and it's not in the middle of the ditch. I wouldn't put a fence in the middle of a ditch. And I just think this needs to be reassessed because the report's not accurate.
Okay, so Greg, your point is that the city legally is not negligent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Council, do you have questions? Mr. Gill.
Got a question for council. Normally, a utility easement is on personal property. It's property that the owner owns, and it's just dedicated as an easement. And they do have a right to put a fence in an easement, but the city certainly isn't responsible for private property. So I'm assuming that's where we're coming from a legal standpoint?
Really, Mr. Gill, we're coming from two places here. The fact that according to city code, you can't fence a utility easement, and if you do, you have to have an administrative permit, and we don't have an administrative permit on file. And secondly, the fact that weather blew down a tree is not any negligence on the city's part whatsoever.
Well, my point was not so much the fence as it is who owns that land, and usually a utility easement is owned by the property owner, and therefore it's not the city's responsibility.
Right.
It's private property, private citizen.
Right.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Yeah, so Councilman Gill and Greg, one thing I've heard the word here, utility easement. The claim is actually it's in a drainage easement. So, look that same. Okay.
That's actually my property. It is my property.
Yeah.
But the tree itself was in the utility easement across the water field.
But you own that land, right, where the tree was growing?
That land, it's actually utility easement. Now, we take care of it as best as we can.
I'd have to look at the map then.
Animals from gathering bacteria and stuff. But there's a lot of dead trees in that area that I did call and address those as well with the damage department. They come out and they could have checked it out. I mean, huge dead trees. That was not dead. That tree was still alive.
Do we know if that easement she keeps talking about, everyone does, the drainage easement, do we know if that was dedicated when it was platted as land that didn't belong to the property owner? Because normally easements are part of the property owner's property. They're just declared an easement and you can't build on them.
It would be my neighbors across behind me then, because that ditch, my property just runs right up to the
Yes, ma'am.
part of the creek, or half of the creek, and that's where it stops.
Well, if it's your property's owner or your neighbor's property, then they may be responsible, but the city still is not responsible.
That's the north side of our house, and that would be the neighbor to the north side.
Okay, So, Greg, in order for the city to be responsible, there has to be negligence, is that right?
It has to be,
The
has to be
tree was
right.
alive, and so how could we be negligent?
You're not negligent, it's just on your property. I don't really need the money, I'm fine there. I mean, I'm satisfied with that. Danny and his crew came out immediately and corrected the problem and did an outstanding job. I was very impressed with them. It's just the reports kind of got some inaccuracies in it, I'd just like to have those addressed. But no, I'm fine, we're good. The fence, they put it back up, we did the best we can, kind of, and the purpose is to keep the dog in the yard, and that's all we need. We don't really need the monies, we're fine.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve approve the denial? I have a motion to approve the denial. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Thank you. Please vote. And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Brings up item 12. Consider approving a project funding agreement with the Skills for Life Foundation, subject to the Skills for Life Foundation also approving the agreement, and once the agreement is approved by both parties, allocate to the Skills for Life Foundation an amount up to $89,000 from the Propel CIP in accordance with the intent of Resolution 23-75, Section C5, to provide funding for youth programs as recommended by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee. Ms. Johnson, you pulled this?
Yes, I'm going to abstain from this item because I volunteer with this organization, so I didn't want any conflict.
Okay, council, do we have a motion for approval? We have a motion for approval. Do I have a second? And we do have a second. Discussion or debate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I just want to take this opportunity to say this is exactly the kind of thing that one of the previous speakers said we don't do. So I want us to be able to get credit for doing stuff for the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Bringing up item 13. Consider approving a project funding agreement with the Tulsa Greenwood STEM and Entrepreneurship Program, subject to the Tulsa Greenwood STEM and Entrepreneurship Program also approving the agreement, and once the agreement is approved by both parties, allocate to the Tulsa Greenwood STEM and Entrepreneurship Program an amount up to $95,640.20 from the Propel CIP in accordance with the intent of the Resolution 23-75, Section C5, to provide funding for youth programs as recommended by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee. Ms. Johnson.
Same with this item as well. I'll be abstaining because I volunteer with this organization.
Do I have a motion for approval? I have a motion for approval, and I heard a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Brings it 37, right?
Strike 37, split 38.
Okay, we struck them, okay. Okay, so that completes the consent agenda and brings us up to item 52, old business. We're on item 52, unfinished business. Consider approving a resolution amending the current pay scale for executive level positions by increasing the minimum hourly rate and maximum hourly rate for each executive level and any adjustments to the executive levels consistent with the recent compensation and classification analysis recommendations and subsequent information gathered on job descriptions and qualifications from a group of 6 cities as directed by City Council. The new pay scale will become effective July 1, 2023, and will repeal all the previous executive level pay scales. Council will take action as deemed necessary to include any floor amendments. Craig?
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. This is just bringing back the executive level pay scale that we brought forth here a few meetings ago. And on June the 13th in the meeting, Ms. Brown was here because I was out of town, and she was directed to survey these cities and get job descriptions and qualifications of the different positions we have in the executive levels. I have attached a spreadsheet that was requested that has the information that was sent to us. We requested it from the 6 different cities. We had one city that has not sent us any information at all, and the other 5 cities are included in the spreadsheet with their recommendation or with their requirements, a summation of their job description and requirements, and along with their minimum and maximum and also the mean pay rate that they have for those positions.
So I only saw 4 of the 6 cities that were instructed in the spreadsheet. The 5th one was Wichita Falls, which wasn't one of the 6. When do you think you can have that additional information for us?
As far as we understood, this was the 6 cities that we were supposed to do, and on the June 13th meeting, that's the ones that she mentioned, is the 6 cities that we did a survey of.
So there, maybe I misunderstood. Mr. Hampton, wasn't that your motion?
Yes, that was my motion, and I understood that it was supposed to be, what's missing, Enid and Norman.
Norman has not sent any information to us, and it's been requested.
I went on the Norman site, and I found some information myself doing some research, but I thought that those were the cities that we originally had.
I mean, we can get Enid, we can contact them, but I'm saying just on June the 13th, when Ms. Brown was here, that she mentioned the 6 cities that were in that survey, and the 6 cities is what we got. Enid was not one of them that she mentioned that was in the original survey.
It must have been a misunderstanding.
It very well could have been, but we can try to find Enid's, and we can contact Norman again and see if, but we did talk to her, Lisa in the office emailed, and also talked on the phone to them and tried it numerous times, and they have yet to send us anything.
Right, we were missing Norman though, right? And that was, did you say that wasn't one of the cities?
Norman was one of the cities that would have been on this spreadsheet had they sent us any information.
So I understood it first.
Craig, I apologize. I'm having problems. I see the Wichita Falls stuff and I see our stuff. I don't see any of the other cities in this spreadsheet. So.
Our information is frozen. If you take the little scroll, if you scroll down at the bottom and take the little bar, you should be able to scoot it one way or the other.
I have a multiple page spreadsheet here. I'm not seeing.
Wichita Falls is really clear. You can see it.
Can y'all not use the little scroll bar down at the bottom and
I
move
don't
it?
see a little scroll bar.
I don't think the spreadsheet came through very well on our Granicus, on our,
okay,
because it was very difficult to read. But it had 5 cities on it, and one of them was Wichita Falls. The 6 cities that we use as peer cities are the next 3 cities larger and the next 3 cities lower. Maybe we need a policy that states those are the cities we're talking about when we talk about peer cities. I'm pretty sure that's what the council's talking about with the 6 peer cities. Is that what you meant? Yes. Okay, so what I did not see in the comparison was Enid and Norman. Now, did you say everything you wanted to say, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I did. Motion.
Okay, Mr. Gill wants to speak.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this and have you go ahead and prepare the 6 cities that we use, including Enid and Norman.
Okay.
And then bring it back at the next appropriate time. And I'll leave that up to the city manager to pick the time. That would be good to bring that back, and then let's look at it with those 6 cities.
Okay.
And if we need clarification on those 6 cities, I'll make up a list, but I think we know what those are.
I think I now know what your 6 cities that you're talking about, yes.
Thank you. A motion, yes.
Mr. Gill,
Have
would
a
you,
motion and a second, discussion or debate. Mr.
would you
Harris.
be amenable to a friendly amendment that we also have a printed copy of this? That because it's not coming through on Granicus.
So I think they understand, I'm gonna ask you, that attachment, if you'll look on our Granicus, and I think Don Lynn can help you with that, it didn't come out where we could even read it.
Okay.
So we need to figure out how to get that to us where we can read it better, okay?
Okay.
I really
Would hard
think we
copies
don't need
be-
an amendment, you okay?
Would hard copies be better? Because it's about this big. But
ours-
it would be a whole lot easier if you had.
That would be good.
And you may have to email it to us. The Granicus may not like putting it together, okay?
I can do that.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion? Okay, let's vote.
All right, thank you.
And the motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item number 53. Consider approving an ordinance authorizing the calling and holding of a special election on September 12, 2023 in the city of Lawton, state of Oklahoma, for the purpose of issuing general obligation bonds in the amount of $60 million in one or more series in order to fund construction, reconstruction, improvements, or repairs to be made to city streets and roadways and bridges, including right-of-way acquisition and including purchasing and constructing and repairing city utilities under and adjacent to such streets, roadways, and bridges, such utilities to be owned exclusively by said city as deemed appropriate and prioritized by the city council from time to time, providing for severability, declaring an emergency, requiring the full text to be published, approving the special election proclamation, and take action as necessary. Tim?
All right, Mayor and Council, this is an item that Council directed that work with Bond Council to get on the agenda for today. So we've done that. Essentially, this is an ordinance that, like you read, Mayor, we call a special election for the issuance of a 2023 series bond over a period of years in the amount of $60 million approximately. And so that's what we're considering. However, as of yesterday, and I'm going to let Chris come up and talk, and Mr. Gander and Lynn, our bond counsel, if necessary, but as of yesterday, there were some changes to the language, which we won't be taking action on this today because of the changes. And the goal of what we're planning on adding would be a method to allow us to access the bond money quicker, to be able to work on the bridges and things faster without necessarily changing the mill rate. So I'm going to let Chris talk about this because it's very technical. I'll let him talk about it. Go ahead, Chris.
Sure, and I don't know how much you want to talk about just the GO bonds alone too before I get into that part. If you want me to cover that a little bit, Mayor, you want to touch base on just kind of how we structure the GO bonds and lean up a little. Better? All right. So I'm just handing out a one-pager, and going across the top it shows the scheduled GO bond issues by each year. So 2023, we're expected to issue $4,050,000, and in 2024 it's the same, and so on. This goes all the way up to 2036. Then going down the left-hand side, that's the fiscal year, and those columns are showing you what the debt service is, what the levy is. And so as it relates to GO bond issues, there's not a way for a city to implement a set tax rate, 11 mils. It's a little bit what I always say is the tail wagging the dog. You authorize an amount of debt to be issued, and then each year we recalibrate how many bonds can be issued to try to maintain a stable and steady levy. So historically, you all have had a tax levy of around 11 mils. So in 2017, there was a long-term bond plan implemented, and we authorized $55,300,000. And since that time, we've issued 6 different series. So every year, we've issued one new series. Each of those series is approximately 10 years long. So that leaves us approximately $18,890,000 authorized but unissued. So we haven't issued those bonds, but it's still authorized from the 2017 election.
there's some important projects, specifically bridges, that weren't line itemed out in that 17 election. So to spend money on those items, we would need to have another election. And so while you're going through that process, it was kind of, there was trying to determine, should it be a 10-year plan, should it be a 20-year plan? So as you can see in front of you in the blue, and I have a footnote there, you'll issue approximately what you have left, the $18,890,000 in 2026. You may have it all, or there may be about $2 million left. So there's a footnote there. It's not perfect math. And then the green, if you add 2027 going out to 2036, the 7.2 each year all the way out to the last 7.2, that adds up to approximately $60 million. So your authorization, and we're not doing it tonight, but I think we're going to come back on July 11th to authorize this, if you all choose, would be to authorize $60 million of GO bonds. And so you'll be issuing from the 2017 election, and assuming the 23 election passes, from that as well. The part of the language that got added today is a lot of school districts and some cities as well, sometimes getting $7 million in 2036, so that's a long ways out there. And kind of that economics, present value, $7.2 million in 2036 isn't the same as $7.2 million today. Certainly, you guys seen that recently with inflation. So there's a way to create a lease obligation where we kind of monetize this revenue stream of GO bonds, or some portion of it, so you can get more of that money today and buy things or pay for things in today's dollars instead of future dollars. And something that the mayor and I have talked about, you know, that really that math equation on whether you want to do it or whether you don't want to do it, is if projects are going up 5% per year and you can borrow at something less than that, say 4% per year, you're better off doing it today and paying the 4% interest rather than paying 5% more for your project next year, because you're making that 1%. And so it's something we can evaluate. But the one thing, we can't do it unless we added that sentence in there. So we added one sentence into that language, but we did it kind of at the last minute. So we're going to come back, and if you all have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Or when we come back on July 11th, I'll be here and I'll be happy to answer questions. But that's it in a nutshell.
So council, now make sure we understand it, and then they're going to bring it back. We've also got the bound council here. Do you want to say anything, Lynn? You good? Okay. And if everybody understand what we're doing, Mr. Harris.
Will this be an additional tax? And I'm assuming it's a property tax?
Okay, I'm hot now. So, yes, this is a new tax. It's important to understand that. Now, what Chris is saying, though, is the way it gets issued, he does his best with approximation to make sure the mill rate stays steady, as steady as possible. It's approximate, but it is definitely a new issuance. So, with that said, it is a new tax, but we'll do our best to make sure, you know, that it stays relatively even or approximate, so it has, you know, virtually doesn't have as big an impact. We try to minimize the impact. Chris, is that accurate?
Yeah, I think probably the best way to say it would be a sales tax extension. I mean, it's a new, because we're going to do new projects, so we're extending. We've been targeting 11 mills. We're going to continue to target 11 mills. We'll just be doing that for a longer period of time.
Is this an additional tax, or just, will the eligible tax expire and this one will take over?
Correct. They'll just kind of dovetail together, and it'll keep the tax rate.
So we're not raising people's tax rate?
Correct.
That's
the intent. That is correct.
Here, so
yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Other questions, council? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, I have a question on this 60 million. This is for mayor and council. This is, the 60 million is for the street projects. Is that correct? And bridges?
Yes, it is.
Am I correct on my understanding of that?
But I'm going to get Joe up here to answer that question. Is Joe here? Joe can be much more specific than I could be.
Appreciate that. Yes, sir. It is specific roadway projects and specific bridge projects.
Okay, now that would not mean new road projects, that would be existing projects we have going on or are needing to be going on.
Yes.
Okay.
Clarify what you mean, new road projects.
My constituents have shared with me their concerns on the wording of construction. They're looking at saying, starting more projects, we need to finish the projects that have begun. Looking at the current study that has been done on our streets of Lawton, seeing there are streets that really need some attention. And I think as Lawtonians, we all agree, they need some serious attention on some of our streets. But the question that has come up is, are we going to take this $60 million and go and do new streets and new projects, or are we going to fix what we've already got before we add addition to new streets?
So the language is written in a way, and if Lynn disagrees, let me know, but it's written in a way to give us broad authority. And I'd say that, so, I mean, it could be utilized, I think, for new construction, but that's going to be ultimately the council's discretion. Okay. You get to choose the projects, and so it's really council's discretion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The council's made it clear we want everything that was promised to the citizens in the last ad valorem done.
Correct.
Now, we have this issue with bridges we don't have money identified for.
Correct.
And so this sentence that was added, or half sentence that was added, will allow us to get the money for bridges now. And so in that regard, that's a new one, but that's kind of what you call an emergency. Then the rest of the money will be for finishing the promised projects where inflation has caused us a problem. Surely everybody understands that. And additional road projects in the city. Okay, does that make sense? Did I say that okay? Right. Joe, do you have anything to add?
Tim brought a good point. We don't do anything that you don't approve first. We don't do anything that you don't approve first. Well, those projects come to you for approval.
Yes, so Joe, will these be, will we be using the recently completed road study to identify the worst streets and to go repair those first, or do you have?
Yes, we are prioritizing the remainder of the list that way.
Okay.
Any other questions? Oh, Mr. Hampton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. But just to set things back in perspective, how many bridges were there, Joe, that are not operable?
Well, this would repair 4 of our most critical bridges, but we have 90-something bridges in the city, and 50-something of them all need work.
But there are some that are blocked off and we're not using? Or
one bridge we did close, but we are funding it a different way, and we should be able to start construction on that this summer to get that one reconstructed, but it's more of a box culvert. These other bridges we're talking about are what you think of as bridges and are major
like then there's one like that's semi-operable on Cash Road that
right, where the Cash Road is
can't go over or something like that.
Correct. What we plan to do is rehab that bridge because it can be rehabbed, and it'll bring the loading back up where we won't have any load restrictions.
Right. And if I recall, that was one of the main reasons that we wanted to visit this, was because we did have some serious issues with some of the bridges. Correct?
We do, and the 2 bridges on 11th Street are within a whisper of me shutting them down.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
I also want to point out that our pavement assessment said we need to be investing $30 million a year. Is that correct? $30 million a year was what they said. This is $60 million. It only represents 2 years of that total. We have to come up with some ways to extend Propel as well. And what's kind of missed everybody's view is we added $3 million to our annual budget for road materials, which is significant, where only $1.5 million is what the number used to be. It's now $4.5. So we are making efforts in our budget. We're going to have to make efforts in sales tax CIP known as Propel. And as we do this, this is what we can do for now, without raising the millage rate affecting the citizens or maintaining it as a relatively level millage rate. And we're not taking any action on this because that'll come back at the next regular meeting or a special meeting. Has everybody got their questions answered? Okay, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks, everybody.
Brings up item 54, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance to close the alley between lots 1 through 7 and 16 through 22, Block 6, Bill Edition, located to the west of Lincoln Elementary School at 601 Southwest Park Avenue. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. An application has been submitted to close 357.5 feet of an alleyway located between lots 1 through 7 and 16 through 20 of Block 6 of Beale Addition. This alley is to the west of Lincoln Elementary School, located at 601 Southwest Park Avenue. The applicant is CDBL on behalf of the LPS. They've requested to close this so that they can install a fence in an effort to provide better security for the school. All of this has been sent out for review of the utility companies and our public utilities of the city and the fire department. Knox blocks will be required on the fence, and a easement will be maintained for the utilities. This was set as a public hearing on May 23rd of City Council, and this was noticed to 37 property owners within 300 feet and posted in the Law and Constitution on June 13th, 2023, and no calls have been received for or against this closure.
Council, do you have, are you through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have questions before I open the public hearing?
Do you have a recommendation?
Yeah, the recommendation is to close this and maintain the easement.
Any other questions before I open the public hearing?
I just wanted to
Yes, sir.
make a statement that this area really isn't used as far as anything of significant, nature. And it certainly will help the school and something they really need. So it's a good idea without causing any collateral damage.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council, what's your pleasure?
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a comment also. That's in Ward 5 over in an area that I actually raised my son. I went through that area quite a bit, and it's kind of one of those alleys that goes the opposite direction, so it cuts through that block because the school is right there north and south. And most of the time, that area is used to drop off kids more than anything else. So I'm in full support of making that easier and less dangerous for the children over there.
Ms. Hankins?
You ready for a motion?
I am.
I move that we approve this.
Okay, and that includes waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only, right?
Okay.
And a second. We do have a second. Please read the title.
Okay, I gotta find it. Is Tim reading it?
An ordinance closing the 390-foot alley in Block 6, Bell Addition.
Need one more. Motion carries 6-0. Item 55, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance to close a portion of a public right-of-way approximately 3.8 feet wide by 45.3 feet long on the north side of Lot 7, Block 6, Turnpike Industrial Park, Part 6, on the south side of Southeast F Avenue between Southeast Simpson Street and Southeast Wallach Street. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Cameron Good, Planning Department. This is a request to close a portion of public right-of-way, approximately 3.8 feet by 45.3 feet on the north side of Lot 7, Block 6 of the Turnpike Industrial Edition, Part 6. A building was constructed in 1983 that extends over the property line into the right-of-way, and this is to close that portion to make the sale of that building clean, and not that this building does extend into the right-of-way. So the applicant is the property owner, Keller Investments. All utility companies were notified of this closure, and there was no objections to it from the utility companies. This was a public hearing set by City Council on May 23rd. This was noticed to 6 property owners within 300 feet on May 24th and posted in the Lawton Constitution on June 13th, with no calls for or against it received.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to close the right-of-way and waive the reading and title only.
Let's reword that a little bit. Make a motion for approval.
Motion to
Waive the
approve,
reading of
waive
the
the
ordinance
reading,
and read the title
read the
only.
title only.
Is there a second? And we do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance closing 46 feet of right-of-way to the north of Lot 7, Block 6, Turnpike Industrial Park, Part 6.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Item 56, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance to close the alley between lots 12 through 16, 17 through 21, block 111, and lots 1 through 5, 28, 32, and block 112. Lawton View Addition between Southwest Oklahoma Avenue and Southwest Texas Avenue. Cameron.
Yes, Mayor, this is an application received from Hyman Z. Copeland to close a portion of an alleyway located between lots 12 through 16 and lots 17 through 21 of block 111, and lots 1 through 5 and 28 through 32 of block 112, Lawton View Addition, as you can see on the location map. The plans is to replat this, maintaining a easement, 16-foot easement, turning the lot sideways and developing it for the Lawton Housing Authority. The easement is approximately 16 feet wide by 124 feet wide. All utility companies have been notified, as well as the Public Utilities Department, with the recommend to approval with the condition of maintaining a utility easement. This was a public hearing set by the City Council on May 23rd. Notice was sent to 29 property owners within 300 feet on May 24th and posted in the Lawton Constitution on June 13th. One phone call was received against this, and no phone calls were received in favor of it.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Sheila Turntine, is that right? Come on up, ma'am. And Ms. Turntine lives at 1005 South Lake Drive, DeSoto, Texas. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. I guess I'm the only one that called on it, but nonetheless, good afternoon. Sheila Turntime, my brother, my sister are here, April and Larry Turntime. We all grew up in Lawton, went to MacArthur High School over 40 years ago. Graduated from Lawton. My father was a pastor here. He was the pastor of Bishop John Turntime, where the property is located. It's right next to where the property is located. He passed in 2009. So his intention was to either build, I'm speaking in reference to block 105, lots 21 and 22. His intention was for the church to build there. if not the church built there, never know, one of his children or grandchildren would move back to Lawton at some point, excuse me, and build on that land. So that's when I guess we don't know what's going on or anything. They're trying to just take the land and, build something from what I hear today, an easement or in that alleyway, but we are opposing that.
Cameron, is the legal description that she mentions, the lots she mentioned, within the scope of this that you showed for redevelopment?
I'm going to have the PowerPoint brought back up so we can see the lots and blocks. What was the lots that you mentioned there?
21 and 22.
Okay. So I believe the lots that you mentioned, ma'am, was lots 21 and 22 of Block 111.
Block 105. Block 105, lots 21, 22.
Okay, so the block that we're talking about is off of Block 111 and Block 112, not 105.
Make sure that's correct. 1 second. This is 11.
So 105 is just to the north of 112. We aren't discussing about closing that alleyway behind those lots.
Okay, so why we receive this letter?
You received that letter because you're within 300 feet of this closure.
Okay.
And so it's just to notify you of this public hearing today.
Okay, so we're not in jeopardy of this being closed, taking on?
No, ma'am. Yeah, not the ones behind the 105.
Okay, are you satisfied, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay, does that remove your objection?
Let me check with my brother and sister
Sure,
real quick.
sure, take just a minute.
Yes, Cameron, how are they going to service those, if those alleys, if that alley is closed in that particular area, how are they going to service the garbage pickup and all? Are they doing that from the front anyway?
Yeah, it's going to be, and to my understanding, it's going to be replatted with the lots instead of going north and south. It's going to be 6 new lots where homes will be developed, and it's going to have a cul-de-sac to where they would...
It's not a problem then?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So just so we can be clear, this will not affect the property that we currently own, because we received the letter,
Yes, ma'am.
so that's why we wanted to address this as well.
Yes, ma'am. As you can see, sorry, the highlighted in black is the area that we're talking about. Up top is Block 105. Your lots is 21 and 22. So your alleyway is not being discussed today. This is south of you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Move to approve and read.
Motion to approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? We do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance closing approximately 124.6 feet by 16 feet of alleyways in Block 111 and Block 112 of Lawton View Addition.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 57, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 1005 Southwest 9th Street, 1708 Southwest B Avenue, 1710 Southwest B Avenue, 1714 Southwest B Avenue, 1810 Southwest B Avenue, 1814 Southwest A Avenue, 2008 Southwest A Avenue, 2106 Northwest Bessie Avenue, 2410 Southwest A Avenue, 2615 Southwest A Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. I did not read 1710 Southwest A Avenue, and that is being stricken from the agenda item. John?
Mayor and council, so, oh, come on. There we go. All right. 1005 Southwest 9th Avenue, or 9th Street, inactive water since 2018. As you can see, we do have vagrants that do live at this property itself. We've abated this issue multiple times with the junk and debris. As you can see, we have shingles that are actually decaying on the property, and the roof of the porch is starting to actually come down. We do have rotting on all the siding on all sides of the structure. Multiple windows that are broken on the structure as well. And still junk and debris on this. And then actually the porch itself has come down where they've tried to fix it so it could be back up. Posted on the property on 6/13 of 23. Any questions?
Council, do you have questions? I'll open the public hearing at this time on 1005 Southwest 9th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please do so. Come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor. As always, with all the houses in Ward 5 that are put on the D&D list, I go by and take a look at these properties. This particular property is not just dilapidated, but an extreme public nuisance, health-wise and otherwise. And so I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Second. Okay, hold on for me just a minute. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
And the motion carries. Moving us to 708 Southwest B Avenue. John?
1708 Southwest B Avenue, inactive water since 2021. We have damaged and missing siding. Window frame has actually been broken out where you can actually see the insulation from the inside of the structure. On the bottom of the picture right here, you can see where it's actually exposed wood, where the siding has actually fallen off. Damage to the soffit, where the trim itself and also the soffit is rotting away and decaying. Soffit is falling off in this picture as well. This is on the side of the house on the west side where it has had elements from water to animals going inside of it, so don't know about the structural damage that is caused by that. And then this is on the back side where you can see that the screen door or the glass door is open with the bare wood that has become molded, had weather hit it, so don't know the structure or sound of that. Posted on the property on 6/13 of 23. Any questions?
John, did the city meet its publication requirements on this property? And if so, when was it posted in the newspaper?
This one was posted on 6/13 of 23 as well.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1708 Southwest B Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Yes. Did she say anything? Yes.
Motion carries, moving us to 1710 Southwest B Avenue. Jonathan.
1710 Southwest B Avenue has had inactive water since 2022. As you can see right here, the roof is actually starting to sag in the middle of the structure itself, which is either decking issues or the actual trusses that hold up the decking. Siding on the front is also missing as well, and there is actually cracks in the foundation of the property, and with also siding pulling up from the bottom of it. We're also missing siding on the eave of the house, and there has actually been a fire that was not reported to Lawton Fire Department, so don't know from what. And then right here as well, backside of the property, we're missing siding, which is exposing the wood, and then that's actually the blower system of the furnace. That's right there. That's been gutted for parts, posted on the property, and put in the newspaper on 6/13 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1710 Southwest B Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve the resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Uyghur. Yes. Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Motion carries, bringing us to 1714 Southwest B Avenue. John?
1714 Southwest B Avenue. Kept putting it into our water system, and it would actually come up invalid on this one. But as you can see, this is actually the front window of the building itself, and that's actually insulation coming out of this hole, where that's actually the drywall that's in between the outside and the interior of the property itself. There is a hole in the roof, missing shingles. The soffit and trim are both falling down on the side and underneath the porch. Missing siding on the side of the house as well. Sorry for the blurry picture, but there's a whole bunch of leaves that was kept on catching, but there is another hole in the back side of the roof. And right here on the back side of the eave, there, you can see right here where there's a hole where, once again, elements and animals can get into for the attic. And then rotting and decaying wood on the roof. Posted the property on 6/13 of 23. Any questions?
Joe, is this one of the properties that had vagrants coming in and out?
Yes, sir. This is one of the properties that we've had.
Any other questions? At this time, I'll open the public hearing on 1714 Southwest B Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth by the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Motion carries, bringing up 1810 Southwest B Avenue. Jonathan?
1810 Southwest B Avenue has inactive water since 2018. As you can see right here on the front, the siding of the boards that were used for the top of it have butt rot on the bottom of it, with also a hole on the front side, and also damage to the trim for the roof. There's a hole inside the roof as well. And you can see where the skirting has actually been moved, so where people can get underneath there to actually take out some of the copper pieces, because that's where the bathroom is, and there's no more hookups for the bathroom. As you can see, again, more holes in the soffit. Another entry hole on the bottom of the skirting. Soffit continuing to fall down on the other side as well. The blower, fan, and the air conditioner, which have been gutted for parts. And then this is on the west side of the property where there is roof damage. and we posted the property on 6/13 of '23. Now, this has a secondary structure. As you can see, the carport, where we've actually noticed where there is junk and debris in there, where we believe vagrants are living right now.
Questions, council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1810 Southwest B Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1814 Southwest A Avenue. Jonathan?
1814 Southwest A Avenue has had inactive water since 2016. As you can see right here, bricks that are actually starting to come apart because of foundation issues where it's settling. This property has been boarded for over a year, where you can actually see some of the trim actually starting to fall down on it, and some of the siding as well with the spray paint with the spray paint on it as well. There's a secondary structure that has actually lost a roof because of a fire. When we went into this secondary structure, we did find human feces extract in this as well, from where vagrants are actually using this as a restroom. And then we posted the property on 6/13 of '23. Any questions?
Seeing none from the council, I will open the public hearing on 1814 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am. Please give us your name and address.
My name is Erin Cox. My address is 2710 Northwest Marion Avenue. I'm sorry? So I am the owner of the property at 1814 Southwest A. We're in the process of working on the property. As you can see, we replaced the roof. It's new. I've just finished within the last month or so electrical residential wiring class at Votech so that I can go in and do the wiring myself. We maintain the property, the lawns, everything. People sometimes will bring their things there and we go in, we have to clean it up. We had to clean up after somebody set the building on fire, but we're out there every couple of weeks. That's actually how we received the notice. The day after it was posted on the door, but we got the notice. But we never actually received a mailed notice to the address at the top of the notice so that it would come to our home. So if we weren't out there, we wouldn't have been aware that this was on the list. So I'm asking that you remove it from the D&D list.
Okay, excuse me just a minute. Tim, would you please say what the notice and posting requirements are?
So my understanding of the notice requirements, and John, if I say it wrong, let me know, because it's been a while since I looked, but you're required to send mail notice to the record owner that's on record in the county treasurer's office. Is that correct?
On the tax roll.
On the tax rolls, but in the county treasurer's office, and then also you post at the property, correct?
Correct. And then we also publish in the paper, but then we also go the extra way to also do the county assessor as well.
Okay.
Okay, and all of that was done, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I'm just asking that you remove it from your list.
So, do you have a permit for the work that you're doing on
We
the
haven't started the work yet. So when we got the roof done, it's been a few years, and we did have the permit to get that done. I haven't started on any of the electrical or anything yet. Like I said, I just finished the classes that I needed about a month ago, so.
Okay, and how long's it been since utilities have been on?
Say it one more time.
How long has it been since utilities have been on?
Since, sorry. Good Lord.
2016.
2016.
Okay, so you put a new roof on, so I assume your intent is to get the property livable, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, this is going to work out good because our intent is to get it livable. And so what you have to do is once the council, and I presume they're going to put it on the D&D list, Once they put it on the D&D list, you'll have 30 business days, which is about 6 weeks, to pull your permit. And then you have to show progress every month. Did I say that right, Jonathan?
Yes, sir.
And Jonathan will work with you all that he can, but there has to be progress to keep it going, okay? So do you have anything else that you want to tell us?
Is there any way to not have it gotten, or not have it put on the D&D list? Really, it just boils down to having the funds to do all of this.
Okay, well, that's up to the council, but my guess is since it's been inactive since 2016 for a water account, it's probably going to be put on the list. And unless somebody makes a motion the otherwise, okay? All right, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this address? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to make sure, John, that you get with her to make sure that she understands that we're not tearing down the house. We want her to work on that house, and that she has to contact you directly. I'm sure you're going to do that with most of these cases. I want to remind the citizens that generally speaking, we put these on the D&D list to make sure that work is being done because of the dangerous situations that the city has been put in with its citizens, with the fires that we've had and many of the other things. But we are definitely not trying to tear down these houses and would prefer that they be worked on. And I'm sure that John will work with you, ma'am, based on your budget, as long as you're making some type of improvement. With that said, I move to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
We have a motion and a second, and the attorney wants to speak.
I just want to make sure that the council and the citizen are clear, though, but this motion does declare the property dilapidated if it passes. And like the mayor said, it sets benchmarks for the citizen has to make progress, substantial progress within a period of time. However, if the citizen does not make substantial progress within the set period of time, it does authorize the demolition of the structure. So everyone needs to understand that. It's going to be up to the citizen if they make the progress required, but otherwise, demolition is authorized.
Who made the second on that motion? Okay, Mr. Gill. Discussion or debate?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris.
So, John, was the property unsecured?
No, sir. So this property has been boarded and secured for over 12 months.
Okay.
That's the reason why.
So
but we also
not currently having vagrants.
No, sir. But we also got reports where somebody was in the back, chunking debris in the yard where we've abated it before.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson.
And the motion carries. Moving us to 2008 Southwest A Avenue. Jonathan.
2008 Southwest A Avenue has had inactive water since 2017. Right here where you can see the damaged roof on the property itself. Siding on the front side of it is damaged on it. Butt rot on the bottom of the siding as well. This is a secondary structure where it's missing complete siding on the front part of the property. And then this is the back side of the main structure where you can see where it's been pieced together by plywood and regular wood on trying to protect the interior wood of the property. More damaged siding. And then this is the other part of the secondary structure where you can see where there's a window missing, damaged siding, and also damaged trim to the property. And that's still to the secondary structure where you can see where there's actually a hole right there at the bottom of the roof. Posted on the mail, published and post on 6/13/23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2008 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, and please give us your name and address.
My name is Isidore Jordan, and I live 2304 Southwest 35th Street. I'm here representing Milton Knight, the owner of the house. He currently lives in Virginia right now, and I work for his company, B&B Constructions. I just recently went there. I got new pictures to show you too. We boarded up the windows. The roof and all that stuff, it ain't too bad, but the lights, we wasn't able to turn them on and stuff because people stole wires out of the, out of the house parts. So we currently working on that. And far as all the damages, right here you can see, we boarded up all the little openings and all that stuff. We cut all that grass. And as we working on other houses, we go there every other day, working on different things. So the plan is to work on that house and get it up and running. So I'm just trying to see how we can not get it on the D&D list.
So you're currently working on the house?
Yeah, like I just went there like 2 days ago.
And do you have a
I'm at
permit?
work right now. I just
Do you
stopped
have
to
a
come in.
permit to work on the house?
Yeah. We got all that.
Do we have an active permit on that, Ray?
I'm not aware of one, just off the top of my head. I can check.
Okay, so you do understand that if the council puts this on the D&D today, that you will have 6 weeks to pull a remodel permit.
Okay.
A special permit, is that what we call a remodel, a demo remodel, what?
It'll just be a regular building permit for the market remodel.
Okay, and then Jonathan and his team will work with you to assure progress through that. Every 30 days, they'll check on you and make sure you're making progress. You understand that process, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have anything else that you want to tell us?
That was really, I was just trying to not get it on the D&D list, but if there's nothing we can do about that, then that's what we're going to do is work on it.
Okay,
Sure,
well, if you want to
improvement.
fix that house up, you've got the same goal we have, and so, what can you tell us? No existing permit?
There is no existing permit.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on 2008 Southwest A Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
Is there a second? Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Hankins.
Motion carries. Moving us to 2106 Northwest Bessie Avenue. John?
2106 Northwest Bessie Avenue has had inactive water since 2020 and a fire date back on 3/8 of 23. As you can see right here, there's missing siding. The structure of the fire actually happened on the west side of the building itself. Damaged trim is actually coming off where they've actually put the foam boards to kind of protect where the windows were. This is the back side of the structure right here, where you can see that everything's been pulled out on this. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. Backside of the house, it does have damaged siding on the backside, more junk and debris, a little bit of damaged roof on that one, and then damage on the east side of the property itself with the siding missing. And then this is from the west side, looking back at the house and the west side of the structure that was burnt. You can see where there is roof damage right there. Posted on 6/13 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2106 Northwest Bessie Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
Motion carries. Moving us to 2410 Southwest A Avenue. John?
2410 Southwest A Avenue has had inactive water since 2012. Right here, we do have shingles that are starting to wear and tear on it with the roof damage, decaying shingles, damaged roof trim on the front side of the house, damaged siding where it's starting to decay at the bottom with the butt rot on the shingles on the bottom of the side, damaged trim where it's actually that goes straight into the attic. And then backside of the house, again, damaged shingles on the backside with the window seals as well. And then this is the secondary structure on the property where it used to be a garage. So it does have damaged siding where it is actually missing wood. And then on the inside, you can see junk and debris inside of this garage. More boards that are actually falling off the house itself with rotting on the wood. And then more decaying on the siding. Mail published and post on 6/13 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2410 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
Motion carries. Moving us to 2615 Southwest A Avenue. Jonathan?
2615 Southwest A Avenue. Right here, it's had inactive water since 2013 with the damaged siding, damaged roof on the front side of the house as well. This is actually a tree or a bush that's growing from actually underneath the house that has pushed siding away from it so it can actually end up growing. And then damaged siding, boarded up windows in the back. Mail published and post to the property on 6/13 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2615 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
How are you,
Please
sir?
give us your name and address.
Mike Sutherland, 1015 Southwest Garfield and Lawton. Mr. Mayor, appreciate you. Council, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Where God has planted you, you will grow. If you look at most of the properties that you've seen, they're generally all in the same area. My wife and I obtained this property in an untraditional way. We did a contract for deed with the original owner. It's one of the better looking properties in that area. My children graduated from Cameron, so they're fellow Aggies. This is right near Cameron. This is one of the ones that we thought had life left in it. From the photos, if you see where the damage, where the roof is, it's not structural damage as much as it's just older shingles. We met the requirements, boarded up the windows per city ordinance. We maintained the property, we cut the grass, we trimmed the trees, we keep everything in a stately manner. The reason why work has not began is because it took us time, out-of-pocket expense, to pay for the property. We bought the property for contract from deed from another individual. We have just finished paying off what we owe. We now have the deed, and we plan on, again, doing what you so desire, and that's to make this property somewhere where someone can call home. So that is our current plan. My wife and I, we raised our children here. We're originally from San Antonio, 20 years in the military. God said, stay here, this is what we're doing. This is our initial project on this property here as well. So we want the council to take that in consideration, that it is taking time financially. This is out-of-pocket expense to obtain the property where then we now have the authorization to begin work. And we understand we have to pull permits for certain things, but we do know it didn't take a permit to cut grass, trim trees. If you can look at the rest of the photos the gentleman has provided, this along with the other young lady is probably, from a landscaping perspective, one of the better looking properties as far as what we can do without permits. So the rest, I pray that this is an example to what we plan on doing to moving forward to fixing up the rest of the property and whatever the requirements are by the city to pull permits to do that. And some things is handyman stuff. As far as the interior of the property, hardwood floors, walls are intact. There was some problems with plumbing, but again, we plan on doing all that as well. So we pray that you take that in consideration, that this is not going to be the ones that you're going to have to tear down. With proper time, we plan on making that a place someone can call home. Thank you.
Okay, and you understand from me, given the process to others, that if the council decides to put this on the DMD, you will have 30 business days, which is approximately 6 weeks, to pull a remodel permit, correct?
I understand.
And then you'll be required to make monthly progress working with Jonathan Jernigan. You understand that?
I do, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I hate this. I will move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Weiger. Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Okay, this completes items on number 57, and we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Test.
please make your way back to your seats, council. Council members, please take your seat.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, we're back from break. Brings up item number 58. Receive a presentation and consider approving a request for funding in the amount of $75,000 and direct staff to approve departmental assistance to support the extension of Elmer Thomas Park Playground, which is specifically designed for special needs children. Accessing 5 minutes.
How's that better? Okay, so I come today to report first that the progress is going well on the playground expansion. We've been working diligently on site preparation. We started building some required retaining walls. And I had a really great meeting with John Ratliff the other day, and we were talking about council's support of the playground. Now, clearly, through the years that we've been raising over $500,000, it's been clear from the individual members of the city council that they're hugely in support of the effort. And but we talked about ways now that we're entering into the final phases of this project. We're projecting it's our goal to completely finish this playground by the end of the year. And since the half of the year has got away already on us, that we've got about 6 months to make this happen. So what's happening is that we're in a construction phase, and we're trying to schedule the installation of the actual playground equipment. So this proposal is 2 parts. The first part would be working with the city manager and various city departments that if we found that there was a way that a city department could assist us in the playground effort, that John would have the authority to work through his directors and solicit that type of help. It would be very important to us. The second is $75,000 of direct funding. Now, all of our funds historically have gone, we're basically using the Lawton Enhancement Trust Authority as our checkbook for this project, so that donations are tax deductible and we can make purchases without tax. And so that's my proposal, is that we authorize John to work with his departments and that we have direct funding for $75,000. And I'll be happy to take your questions.
Council, do you have questions? Do you have a motion for approval? Have a motion for approval, is there a second? And we have multiple seconds. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. By the way, I want to say before I move on to the next item, I appreciate all the things that you get yourself involved in. I don't know how you manage that, but we appreciate all you do for this community. Thank you very much, Max. Can we just give him a round of applause?
Thank you. They teach you in real estate, Stan, that once you get a yes, you shut up, right? But I just want to tell you that that Arvest Bank, Arvest Foundation stepped up recently and gave us a $10,000 grant for the rebar necessary to build the retaining wall and others.
And then I just got notification during one of our meetings that the DeLisi Corporation, the rock guys, because we're going to need a ton of rock, that they found their way to give us that material for free. So the $10,000 from Arvest Foundation and probably over a $20,000 donation from the DeLisi, and then with this help from John, perhaps on ways to maybe haul some of that rock, that free rock. And then I have to say one last thing is that, there was a 1,200 cubic yard dirt issue on the site, okay? We used all the existing dirt, and I called my friend Jack Hanna, former Parks and Rec director, and said, we need some dirt. And he said, well, I just happen to have some, and I have a project that they're going to start tearing off a field, and we have to put that dirt somewhere. And he said, wouldn't you like to have that at your playground spot? So another huge number. I don't know if it's 20,000, 30,000, I don't know. But anyway, Jack Hanna secured from the Lawton Public Schools dirt for the playground. So it's a situation really where in these final months, everybody's coming together, and it's working really great.
All right. And
thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you for all you do. I hope that you find time to work to earn a living sometime with all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to item 59, discuss and consider establishing an express public trust authority for lake operations pursuant to Title 60, Oklahoma State. What's that right there? Oklahoma State Statutes Annotated 176. This authority would assist the beneficiary, City of Lawton, in the recreational management and operation of Lake Latonka and Lake Ellsworth. Christine.
Good afternoon. This recommendation is coming from the Lakes and Lands Commission, and so here today I have Mark Scott, who is the chairman of that commission.
Thank you. I'm going to be pretty brief here, but I want to say that a very wise person suggested one time that I research the bylaws of the Land and Lakes Commission and what is in those bylaws. And so I'll let you know that there are two main objectives of the Land and Lakes Commission. That is to, number one, hear complaints. We are authorized to hear complaints, actually. And number two is to make recommendations. So we have heard quite a few complaints and a lot of good constructive feedback. And so today we'd like to make a recommendation to the council, if we can, please. So our recommendation is for the development of a Lakes Trust Authority to manage the ongoing recreational operations and projects at Lakes Latonka and Ellsworth. And we hope that trust authority will accomplish two main goals. Those two main goals would be to provide direct oversight and management for the recreational operations and projects at Lakes Latonka and Ellsworth. And then number two, very importantly, is to create an avenue by which the revenues generated at those or by those recreational activities are reinvested in the lakes and in the lake properties and projects. And so what we'd like to do is I don't know the exact mechanics of this or technicalities, but I'd like to ask council, if you can, to authorize us to work with Parks and Rec, work with the city manager and with city attorney to kind of draft the document and kind of really work on this idea, put it in writing, and then bring it back to council to get your final blessing through that. So glad to answer any questions. Appreciate your consideration this afternoon.
So, Council, do you have any questions? I do. Okay.
Isn't that under the Water Authority right now?
A large portion of this is under the Water
Authority right now that's already over that.
Yes.
So then we'd have two authorities over the same thing?
No, I think you're asking a great question. What I would propose is that we potentially carve out some of that from the Water Authority and invest those powers with the Lakes Authority to manage the leases of the recreational areas. It's somewhat out of the realm or out of the scope of the initial spirit of the Water Authority.
Well, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I think it's certainly something that we would have to kind of put together and really look at and see what authority goes where and the legalities of it and all of that.
Yes, thank you. That was a question that came up in our discussion so are we interested in being a part of the water resources discussion? The answer to that is absolutely not. It's not our skill set, nor is it our desire.
Councilman Gill, we can legally, well, not we as in the city, but the Water Authority can vote to amend their trust indenture, which would enable the carve-out that Mark is talking about. So it is possible from a legal perspective.
I think this and the next item, which is to go out for RFPs on the management of Schoolhouse Slough, are really companion items, and I don't see how we can really make a decision until we understand the interest in the RFPs that we would get back from sending this out. So now, there's a lot of legal work in completing what you've said. So if we want to make I'm asking this maybe of the lawyer, maybe the motion is to put together a outline of what has to happen to make it all work instead of doing all the work right now while we're shorthanded. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes some sense. And like you said, Mayor, we're also looking at, do we want to do RFPs or not do RFPs? So they are companion items in that regard. So I certainly see that is logical.
So, Mr. Harrison.
Mark, what would the advantages be to creating this trust?
Well, thank you for that question. I think that it really depends on the way that the trust kind of is put together here and kind of, how we work that out. But as I see it, it would offer us the ability to be more nimble with decision-making at the lake and really take a lot of the direct management and put that in a group that is already invested in the lake and already participates in activities out there. And that would be the proposed new trust authority, which I would suggest, would be the members of the Land and Lakes Commission would be great members of that trust authority if council decided to go that direction.
I think also we have a good template in the Youth Sports Authority and the way that has helped us better manage to be what we want to be in youth sports. I think the same thing would happen here if we end up deciding to go that way. Having said that, does anybody want to make a motion to direct staff to put together the template of how this would work? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. I think we need one more. There we go. 6-0. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Consider, number 60, consider approving the draft request for proposal, RFP, for the management and operation of Schoolhouse Slough at Lake Latonka, including any floor amendments, and directing staff to move forward with advertising said RFP. Christine.
Council, per your request, this is the draft RFP for the management and operation of Schoolhouse Slough. Open to any questions and modifications to the attached RFP?
See a couple reading intently, so I'm not going to interrupt them.
Well, I will let you know that as of this morning, I did have 17 individuals or entities that are interested in providing a proposal. And we've collected that list over the last several months, but as of today, it was 17.
Mark, did the Lakes and Land want to say anything on this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you. Just ask your consideration, possibly if we are able to develop this trust authority, that this could be a question as to how to approach this RFP that could come before that group. However, either way, I mean, I know we've already voted on the authority piece of it, but that would be something that we'd want to. I think that would be something that the supposed authority could take up as well.
Okay, probably this RFP didn't go to Lakes and Lands, did it? Okay, so you don't have any direct recommendation for that. Okay. Council, do you have questions?
I was just going to make a statement.
Okay.
A question.
Go for it.
I think that this is a really good step. It looks good. I think that we're going to have to somewhere along the line explain to the people that apply to this, what kind of money we're talking about on making the conditions. And also I'm concerned, something I'll have to think about and possibly talk to legal right now with what Mark had to say, because we're kind of involved in a fairly serious situation with the consignee that we've got going on, and to wait till all this other stuff develops and get it involved with a possibly new trust we may do, we may not do, I think really complicates the water. So my thoughts on this, the proposal looks good, the request for proposal looks good. I'm not really excited about trying to get involved with another trust authority, get that worked out, and then make this part of that. I don't think we have that kind of time.
So do you want to move for approval of this RFP?
I do. I make a motion that we approve this RFP and go forward with it.
Okay, and do you want in your motion that they
disclose,
explain the appraisal process?
I do. I think we need to do that. We need to work out a format to do that, legal.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this RFP along with the disclosure of the appraisals of Schoolhouse Slough.
Exactly, that sounds good.
And the attorney needs to.
And I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So in preparing this RFP, I did Christie, Ms. James asked me to take a look at it, and we did modify the language that's in bold, and I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it says that the lessee will be required, Christie has it, thank you. Yeah, so it says that, please note, as a precondition of being granted the lease, the new lessee will be obligated to purchase from the prior lessee all building improvements based on the structural value as determined by 3 independent appraisers. So that language is virtually, I think it is word for word, the language in the lease that the Water Authority had with Schoolhouse Slough Inc., which was Kent Waller. So we extracted that language and then put it into the RFP, and so that lets the new bidders or potential new bidders know exactly what their obligations are. Now, the process, how they'll do that, how we'll do that, we're still waiting on the third appraisal from the 3. So it's kind of very fluid at the moment. It's a work in progress, but we do kind of have that language in the RFP.
I saw that language, and that's great. But the problem is you've got 2 or 3 people I know of, she said 17, that are looking at this that have no idea that it's that kind of money. And I imagine once they're aware of that, they're going to run. Okay. Well, and when they do, so we don't need to get that far. We need to let these people know right up front what we're talking about.
Well, I think we could put in something maybe that the two of the appraisals are this and this right now, so they know, and that might satisfy your concern.
I don't have a problem. I think we need to do that. Now, we can do that with the application when they come to get it. We can disclose that. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. The RFP as it is right now is fine. That's what my motion is on. We can take care of my other concern as I just put in the motion in numerous ways.
I do want to
ask you to amend your motion.
Okay.
They be told the 2 appraisal prices at the onset. Maybe make it part of this so that it's clear.
I'll make an amendment to my motion that when they request this proposal and at that time that they will be made aware of the 2 appraisals that we're going to be talking about.
Is there a second? I'll second. And I have a second for Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate?
I do have one clarification. As of right now, once this passes and I get with Tim and work on the exact language, we're hoping to get this out as soon as possible with the proposals coming back August 15th. Do you feel that that is enough time, or should we extend the time to return the bids?
Proposals, or the motion, and I think that's enough time.
Okay. I just wanted to verify.
Yeah. Time is of the essence.
I just wasn't sure how long it'd take to gather that.
Okay, discussion or debate? Okay, one more legal statement.
Just for clarification, so Councilman Gill, you're okay if we put in the RFP what the 2 appraisals are? Okay, just so I understand. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Item number 61, thank you, Mark, and thank you to the Lakes Land Commission. Consider approving an ordinance amending section 712.1.1201, 712.1.1202, 712.1.1203, 712.1.1205, 712.1.1209, 712.1.1210, and 712.1.1217, Article 712.1, Division 712, Chapter 7, Business, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying the definition of storefront, clarifying that all persons who want to go door-to-door within Lawton shall have a permit, setting a fee as a per person instead of per business, setting forth the hearing process if a door-to-door permit is revoked, adding the requirement for a background check for all individuals going door-to-door, except minors, and setting an exception for the placement of handbills or leaflets on automobiles in public parking lots not to be considered a door-to-door or itinerant vendor activity, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for floor amendment. Charlotte.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I think the title says it mostly. This is for our door-to-door vendor license. As you know, we've had some issues over the past few weeks. We've received several complaints about vendors going door-to-door selling solar panels. With the storms, we've had roofing companies going door-to-door, and a lot of this is to protect the citizens. Excuse me. So in order to have a door-to-door vendor permit inside the city limits of Lawton, you have to have a local storefront. Now, that includes renting a business or a room for 30 days while they're here going door to door, or if they're internet-based businesses, they're wanting to go door to door. If their residence is here and they can provide proof of residence, then we would allow that to be included as a storefront. And we are specifying. Last year, there was a fee put into code for a peddler's permit, but there was no code that actually went with it. So if they do not have a local storefront, they would not be considered a door-to-door vendor, they would be considered a peddler. And so we are actually making that clear in the code. The revocation of permit, this is the same that's in a lot of our other code sections that pertain to businesses. It allows for a hearing with a hearing officer if we happen to revoke someone's license for multiple complaints, multiple calls to dispatch and LPD or something like that. This gives us a hearing officer such as the deputy city manager or the deputy E911 director has been a hearing officer for us as well. Just gives us a third party that they can come and plead their case to. We are going to institute the requirements for a background check for the door-to-door vendors. I met with Norman last week. They actually require an OSBI background check to be provided by their door-to-door vendors instead of, like, we run ours through LPD, through special ops. They actually require one to come to us to them from OSBI. The hours of operation, we've had some complaints on that as well. In Norman's is 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. or sunset, whichever is earlier. So I kind of borrowed that, or sunset, because in the wintertime, it's 5 o'clock. You don't want some random person knocking on your door. And we just clarified that if you're placing handbills and leaflets on vehicles, I've walked out to our parking lot twice in the last week and had a paintless dent repair leaflet stuck on my car. So that is not considered door-to-door vendor. That is public property, public parking lots. So it does allow for them to do that without having to get a permit. Any questions?
So I'd like to ask you to go over the exceptions. Section 7. Just go through those one by one. And here, I'm going to tell you why I'm asking. I want clarification on churches or religious organizations. And I want clarification on children. Okay? Because I love to have kids ring my doorbell and sell me candy. Or whatever they're selling. So go through those exceptions, if you would.
Okay, so the first exception is advertisements mailed to potential owners via the postal service or delivered as part of a regularly delivered newspaper or periodical are not considered activities of door-to-door vendor. That's pretty straightforward there. The businesses that do mailings, of course, we don't do that. You request the newspaper, so you're expecting those to come by. Delivery of items ordered or services requested by an individual resident shall not be considered activity of a door-to-door vendor or itinerant vendor. This is also, if I go to Lowe's and order something and set it out for delivery, then they're going to deliver it, and I've already made that appointment, so they don't have to have a door-to-door permit, because I know they're coming, and they're not just going to go randomly knock on doors. Hey, you want this stove that I have in my truck? They're going to, go to the house that it needs to be delivered. So persons going door-to-door on behalf of a local religious, political, or charitable organization, informing the public of their organization through personal contact or the distribution of handbills or leaflets, shall not be required to operate under a door-to-door vendor permit, provided that such individuals are not selling or promoting any goods or services or soliciting donations by any means. Several churches I know will go and put flyers on the doors for a Vacation Bible School or big church events that they're doing. As long as they're not selling anything, they are allowed to do that. If they wanted to, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they go door to door to tell everyone about their gospel. So they're not required, they don't fall under this because they're not selling or promoting any goods or anything like that. So they fall under that. And then the placement of handbills or leaflets on automobiles, which is what I just talked to you guys about.
Okay, what about children?
So we don't...
Children exempted from this?
I can put an exemption in. They're not currently exempted. I know Girl Scouts will tell people don't go door to door anymore because it's just not safe anymore. But I can put an exemption in for door to door for children.
Okay, now, Mr. Gill.
So I've got a question. On the storefront that's required for roofing companies, construction, whatever, it's pretty clear what storefront means. It means some sort of a warehouse, some sort of building, actual permanent type business.
Right.
But now, define to me or explain to me where we go when we have, for example, a roofing company. They come to town, they rent a place, they get their permits, they're in business. But they're going to have salespeople going out door to door. They're an established business with a permit. You're not going to require a permit for each one of those salespeople out wanting to do inspections of roofs, etc., are you?
So the business has a permit, and then and actually I do believe that with the fee schedule, we are changing it to per person. Instead of just an overall business. Everyone has to have an identification badge.
Well, that's different than a permit.
Yes.
And if you've got a business, then you have a business. And if you have 4, 5, or 10 people working for you, they're working for that one business. So I don't see how we're going to be able to say, but you've got to permit each one of your people. I mean, that reaches deep to everybody else that's in business already in town, whether they're car salesmen, whether they're selling hamburgers or tires or whatever, because a business is a business and they've got people working there. They represent that business and they may be required to go out, especially when you get into a situation where you have to have appraisers to look at damage and different people giving quotes. For example, in the construction field, I will ask the general contractor. I may use 2 or 3 different contractors, and those contractors that are going to come look at a job may send 3 or 4 people that are subcontractors under them, or people, if they're a big enough company, they'll have an engineer, they'll have an electrical contractor, they'll have a plumbing contractor.
At that point, the relationship is established. They're no longer door to door once the relationship is established.
Correct. Yeah, because at that point, you're going to have appointments set up so that, whoever the property owner is there for them to go and meet with them.
We'll still be talking about companies that have employees that will need to go out, and they may have 3 or 4. So you're saying you want to require each one of those people going out trying to sell roofs to house or whatever have a permit also?
Yes, Norman does. Norman requires each person going door to door to have
Have
a...
you established a fee on that, what kind of money you're talking about?
It's on...
What's the storefront business fee gonna be?
Yeah, so it's on the next item, but the door-to-door vendor permit for local businesses per individual for a year is $57.50. For a 30-day permit for local businesses per individual is $11.50.
What about the storefront business? I know we've got several being established.
If they get a 1-year door-to-door vendor license, it's $57.50 per individual. And that's only the ones that are going door to door. So if they have administrative people in the office, they wouldn't be required that. This is only for the ones going door to door to sell their product or to try to get clients.
We've already been through that established business. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Charlotte, could you clarify the background check? So if everybody has to have a background check, it makes sense that everybody has to have a permit, correct?
Yes.
So the part of who's paying for the background check?
The individuals or the business, whichever would pay for that background check, the way it is now. Now, Norman requires them to provide their own background check from OSBI. If we were to do that, then we wouldn't charge a fee for that. We would just accept their background check.
So Norman required the individual to get the OSBI background check and bring it in. How long does it take to get an OSBI background check?
That I do not know.
Okay, and so that brings up something I'm going to ask in a minute about the current event we have, because the ordinance would go in 30 days. I don't think you can get an OSBI background check in 30 days. Kelly?
And to that extent, I would like to see us, if we pass this, create it as an emergency to deal with the current flood of vendors we have.
As in not make it apply to them? An effective date later?
No, to make it an emergency ordinance that goes into effect immediately.
John?
I'm on, okay. I actually kind of lost my train of thought. Like I had a comment I was going to make about something that Charlotte was saying.
With the background checks?
Yeah, with the background check. So, but I think you already said this, that Norman doesn't require that they use their people. They give them an opportunity to get some other type of background check, the OSBI background check. I think they're willing to accept others too. So it's not a requirement that they use their background check per se, but when they come in, they have a background check, and so we're leaving that option on the table as well. And I think this is really critical in terms of the public safety aspect of this, because there's a lot of people out there in our neighborhoods, going during the day. Kids are home alone, so there's a real need for this, in my opinion.
And before I pass the mic, I'm going to remind everybody of the 1980s when we had a tragic event from a door-to-door salesperson and we had a resident murdered. That is the reason that I support this background check. I like the way that that the staff has brought this where the individual does it to cut down on our administrative issues. They bring it in. I am concerned that they can't get one in 30 days, and if we make the ordinance go into effect immediately, then it's almost like we violated the Constitution and made something retroactive. Mr. Wiegert.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. City Council, reading over this proposed ordinance, I'm fine with much of it regarding the vendors. I don't like the language of religion being included. I don't think that is out there. Churches don't go around trying to solicit, knocking on doors, being a part of this community for 26 years. Never seen it happen. Don't do it, never have. I think including them in there, you're setting
a problem for the future. And I like to look long-term, not short-term, and I think if we was to amend that language, have staff amend that language, leaving churches out of it, I could go full support on this ordinance.
Okay, Craig?
Yeah, I just want to put in, let you all know that we do background checks through OSBI for every new employee that we hire, and if it takes 2 days, that's a long time, yes.
Oh.
I don't see where it would be any different for individuals doing it also.
Great news.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Craig.
Okay, Tim?
So with regards to what Councilman Uyghur said, in looking at the ordinance in Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, that the language in the ordinance right now, which is not new language, currently exempts out the religious organizations from this requirement of having to get a permit, basically, unless they're promoting or selling goods or services. So they are, and that's the current language.
Yes, that's the current language.
Donations.
Yeah, or soliciting donations.
Yes.
So does that satisfy the councilman's concern? Okay.
You want the word religious completely taken out?
That would have the effect, just so you understand, that would have the effect of removing the exemption, so they would have to comply. Am I right? I'm missing something.
That actually, yeah, that would require them to pull a permit, a door-to-door permit if they wanted.
No, he's not wanting to remove the exemption. He's wanting no mention of religious organizations at all, or exempt them completely.
Well, and that's what C does. C exempts religious, political, or charitable from having to get a door-to-door vendor permit completely.
So read section 7C.
Okay, in section 2, section 712.1-1202, it says permit required. No person shall go door-to-door within the corporate city limits of lot without first obtaining a door permit, vendor permit.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. So you would like C on 1202 completely taken out?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up something else since I read the word political, because I'd hate to keep all these council members from knocking doors.
Well, so this one, that one is why it would be required a permit. So if you're going to go solicit donations, then you would be required a permit.
So our council members could still knock doors, they just couldn't ask for money?
Yes.
Okay.
We've never asked for money.
Okay, I'm not sure where we're at, Pastor. Councilman, where are we on your issue?
Yeah, that would work.
What we have will work?
No.
No, he wants religious taken out of that.
Scratch the word religious?
Right.
Okay, so give me that section again.
That's in
2.
1202.
1202C?
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph.
1202, paragraph C, scratch religious, right?
Yes.
Okay, now how are you going to take care of the children?
Okay, what age would you like, because I'll put it in as an exception under a certain age, so what age would council like to have put in there?
Well, let's talk about that. Would you say minors, or would you say under 16, council? Mr. Hampton, were you wanting to talk about that or something else?
Well, I want to talk about something else, but I'll weigh in and say I think that high school children are subject to sell candy also. So
okay, so
I think high school age.
Okay, so we'll say minors under 18, right, or 18 and under?
Or 18 or still enrolled in high school, because you may have some that turn 19 in high school.
Everybody good with that? 18 or still enrolled in high school? Okay, now, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I do want to echo Bob's comments and weigh in just to say that There's certain equitable rights in the United States by the Constitution and whatnot that talk about freedom of religion. And I do think that sort of touches on that a little bit with it being said, because you're starting to encroach on the whole idea of silencing those people that are in the church. And then the second thing I was going to say was a supportive comment. The sheriff came and talked to one of my neighborhood watch groups last night, and we were talking about older people being scammed. It is no doubt that when there's a storm or any type of destruction that is in any community, then you're going to have a lot of people coming down trying to look for work, and not all of them are scrupulous. And from that statement, I think that I have read in other disasters that have taken place, even some here, where a lot of older or vulnerable people have actually been taken advantage of. And so it is important that we do put some protections in place, and for that reason, not just the children, as was mentioned earlier, but those that are vulnerable with people that came in. And the mishap the mayor mentioned, the person that found the lady that was murdered is a personal friend of mine, and it is no doubt that some of the people that come in to our city are dangerous people. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Tim.
So, Mayor, with what I'm hearing, it sounds like the ordinance needs some work. So I'd recommend a motion, whatever the council wants to do. And because we're talking about an emergency, the title didn't have an emergency on it, so that kind of gives me some concern there. So I'd recommend whatever the council do, that the motion include directing this go back to staff to make the modifications that we've talked about, so we can have that on the agenda for the 11th, and we could do an emergency clause at that point.
John. Mayor, the AIC does include making floor amendments as part of it, so that's on. I think that's on the table. The council consider it. They can make amendments on the floor. The language is in the agenda item. Okay, well, let me ask a question. If we make this an emergency, it's effective immediately, right? And yet, how are we going to communicate to everybody that's out there that they are all of a sudden breaking the law because they don't have a background check? Yes, sir. You have to turn off. It only lasts 2. Mayor, notwithstanding Councilman Harris's recommendation, because I understand this is a present issue within our community, but I do agree with the city attorney on this issue. We didn't specifically say under emergency circumstances, so I wouldn't recommend that we put the ordinance in under emergency conditions. However, the other amendments, such as the one that Councilman Uyghur brought up, and then the one you brought up about accepting minor children, I think we can make those on the floor. Floor amendments for those two, no emergency. Is that right? Is everybody clear? Now, did I hear so moved? Oh, you wanted to talk.
I just want to ask a couple of questions without money in the water, hopefully. We're already in the process of doing this because we do have an emergency out there. We had 6,000 and something windshields ordered from one glass company. There's a lot of roof damage out there. So I know we're moving along right now. I know you're already requiring storefront permits and individual permits. So this is already in place. Things have not stopped. We're just trying to get it to where we keep it really clean for the rest as soon as we can and continue on. So it's a good idea. And then something that's related to this, I just would like to hear the definition of a storefront. I don't find it in here other than just the word storefront, and I didn't see it in Norman's either when I read through there. Can you tell me what your definition of a storefront is in this proposal?
Yeah, so the definition of storefront in the ordinance is, it means a business, office, store, or other permanent building regularly open to the public where individuals may inquire about said business or organization during posted hours. Sorry. And then we're adding, this includes internet-based businesses and home occupation businesses that provide proof of residency in the city limits of Lawton. And proof of residency is a utility bill within 30 days of application. So that means, and we've told people this before, go rent literally a storefront, put a phone in there and put someone in there that can answer your phone while you're, doing business in town, and then you have a local storefront.
That's a good definition. That's one that I would probably say. So my question now is, when I call the carpet company, or I call Lowe's or Home Depot, get them equal there, and I say, I want to buy carpet for my living room, they're going to send somebody out there to measure that living room, and then they're going to give me a price. So when they have a storefront, and I know some of these roofing companies have, so when they have that storefront, and you want a price on the roof, they're going to have to send somebody out to look at it and measure it. But what we're trying to decipher here, or make known, is the fact that there's people covering the street looking at roofs. But if they have a storefront, I just have a concern with that, because I don't want to go somewhere, because like I said, when I call Joe Smith's Carpet Company, they're going to have to send somebody out there to measure that to give me a price on that carpet. Is that individual they're going to send me?
There's a relationship exists.
Yeah, so you're calling.
I suggest that we put under exceptions anything where a relationship exists.
So we have that, so.
Well, okay, that's true too.
So because you've called and asked them to come out, that's an appointment.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we already have that as an exemption, actually. That's the delivery of items ordered or services requested by the individual resident. Yes, so the relationship exists.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
And that clarifies something I was looking at. I just wanted to point out that Councilman Uyghur's objections apply also to 1201 as well as 1202. So if we're going to clear those up, we need to clear it up in both of those sections of this.
So which was 1202 paragraph C, and what else?
And also 1201 paragraph C.
Yeah, so under the definition of door-to-door vendor, it does talk about religious. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in there and take religious out in any location that it shows up.
Hey, I think that'll work. So I think where we are, Mr. Hampton, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's quite all right. I was going to weigh in with Councilman Gill. Adjectives kind of clarify things sometimes. So when you say storefront, comma, a office with a phone, or however you want to phrase that, is that kind of what you're looking at as far as that part, so that you define basically what a storefront is, a office with utilities, or however.
Yes.
I'm sure you guys can word that. Just want to throw that in there for a suggestion.
I spent quite a bit of time going back and forth on this.
Charlotte?
Yes.
So you mentioned home businesses, though. Does that?
Okay,
Normally.
here I think is the recommended motion. Include a definition for storefront, something about where a relationship exists in your exemptions.
The storefront definition's already in there.
Okay. What about the relationship? Is it already in there?
It doesn't specify relationships exist, but I can add that language. The exemption is already there if they've asked you to come out and measure carpet or do an estimate for cabinets.
Remove religion and exempt children 18 or still enrolled in high school, under 18 or still enrolled in high school. One more lawyer entry.
Okay, and so because this is multiple modifications, it's really the council's pleasure. John is absolutely correct. The ordinance does allow for floor amendments, but so we capture exactly what you want. You can either, authorize us to do this, or you can authorize us to do this and bring this back to council for your ratification, so you'll see it and make sure that's what you want. But that's your purview.
Okay. Ms. Hankins, if you turn off your deal, Kelly can talk. There we go.
So if we do that, though, and acknowledging that there are people on the ground now doing what we talk about, if we bring it back in 2 more weeks, that'll mean it'll be 2 weeks plus 30 days before we can enact this. I would rather see us make a decision today, and then if we need to come back and correct it and modify it later, we could do so.
Ms. Hankins.
Oh, I think I'm hot. I could say this, Councilman Harris, if we bring it back in 2 weeks, we can bring it back with an emergency. It could go in effect then. It's actually going in effect faster than we passed it today with 30 days.
Ms. Hankins.
I was going to try to simplify it. I think George has a storefront because he does business and he has a house and he has a phone, probably somebody to answer, and I think we send the children all over to the mayor's house.
Okay, well, I'm waiting on a motion. I'm waiting on a motion. The motion I said, which made floor amendments. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Please read the title.
So, an ordinance amending sections 7-12-1-1201, 7-12-1-1202, 7-12-1203, 7-12-1-105, 7-12-1-1209, 7-12-1-1210, and 7-12-1-1217, Article 7-12-1, Division 7-12, Chapter 7, Businesses, City of Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language to clarify the definition of storefront, clarifying that all persons who want to go door to door within Lawton shall have a permit, setting the fee as per person instead of per business, setting forth the hearing process if the door-to-door permit is revoked, requiring a background check for all individuals going door-to-door except minors, clarifying the times that the door-to-door vendors are permitted to operate, and setting an exemption for the placement of handbills or leaflets on automobiles in public parking lots not to be considered a door-to-door or an itinerant vendor activity, providing for severability, establishing an effective date. It's my understanding that this ordinance goes forward with 4 amendments as the motion included.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion passes 6-0. Item 62, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 7, Business, by amending Article A, 712, door-to-door vendors. Charlotte.
So this one should be quick and easy. This is just a companion item to the ordinance. It's clearing up some of the ordinance information that we did. For example, for the local businesses, it now says per individual. The peddler's permit got moved from one section to another where it's actually mentioned, so it's actually just cleaning that up. And then the background check per individual, that is if they use our services through LPD to run the background check, and that is the same fee that we charge for other businesses.
Motion for approval.
Question.
Comment? Go.
Difference between a peddler and a door-to-door vendor?
A peddler is someone who does not have a local storefront.
Gotcha. I'll make that motion for approval.
Motion for approval, is there a second? Have a second. Discussion or debate?
Yes. Question. We went through this once with business permitting. So the way we're doing this, and I think I heard you just say, a storefront that goes in, no permit?
Now, a storefront that goes in, if they have to have a permit, but they fall under the regular door-to-door vendor if they're going door-to-door.
Okay, so if someone comes in and puts in a doctor's office, a carpet shop, as...
No, it's not a general business license.
Okay,
It's just,
okay.
this is strictly...
I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, no, this is strictly for the door-to-door.
Thank you.
I second that.
Please vote. Need one more vote. And the motion carries 6-0. Council, I made an error on the consent agenda and intended to pull item 11. And so this has to do with eliminating the RSVP program, and we actually voted to do that because I failed to pull it, and I don't think that's really going to be the intent of the council once we discuss it. I need a motion to reconsider item number 11.
So moved.
Motion to reconsider and a second. Discussion or debate, please vote. Okay, and so the motion to reconsider carries. Now that brings up item 11. Consider rejecting grant funds from the Corporation for National and Community Service in the amount of $37,500, discontinuing the City of Lawton's Retirement for Senior Volunteer Program, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute any document necessary. Christine. By the way, my apologies for upsetting the apple cart there.
Mayor, the individual we're going to have speak on this item has already left after it was approved by council. Can we table this matter and bring it back at the next regularly scheduled council meeting?
I think that would be good, but we'll get a motion to table after we hear the explanation so everybody understands and is better prepared at the next meeting. Christine.
Okay. Wasn't quite prepared to do this, but here we go. The current RSVP program is basically a recognition program that we receive federal funding, and we recognize senior volunteers within our community. Jessica is the RSVP administrator currently, and she has brought some stuff to light regarding the compliance, I guess, with the grant. And so we will bring this item to council to discuss the future of it.
Is there any reason, I still don't, even after the meeting we had this afternoon, I don't understand why this was last minute. Why was the council not notified of the desire to end this program until the last minute?
It was going to come down to a timing issue. Jessica did take another position, and so that position is vacant. And so with the new budget year and with that vacancy, it just kind of happened that way.
Are you saying you want to end the program because of the position's vacant?
No, I'm just saying she was able to bring some things to light with her exit.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? If not, a motion to table would be in order. Yes, ma'am.
I would probably be fine with the motion to table, but I just want, isn't this under AmeriCorps?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, you know, there's some issues there. I mean, that could go to a different agency. I mean, because when I was on the board, Jessica she's really sharp and was doing a good job there. And I know sometimes it's hard to get volunteers, but sometimes those volunteers were outstationed during the meetings. They were like maybe at a nursing home or the Veterans Center or whatever. So the attendance at the board meetings didn't necessarily reflect the amount of volunteers. So anyway, those were just some comments.
Yeah, there's several issues that Jessica did bring up. Unfortunately, she was going to present today, so I don't have all of that background. So it would just be secondhand.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to table? We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was a part of this program for quite a long time before I became a councilman. And it is no doubt that everything took a hit, I think, during COVID, especially with the older people. But I do think recognizing their volunteerism helps them to get out of the house, commit themselves to different activities that they would probably never do. At least they connect with a group of other volunteers. So I want to give my support to that. And as Mary Ann stated, in other cities, that program is done through other departments or other entities. And I think there may be options that we may want to think about as a council to help our elderly citizens to get out and volunteer more. I mean, even if it's not this program, then something else, because having an elder mother, I won't tell you her age, but having an elder mother, I think that I'm always encouraging her to do that. And any services that are offered by the city of Lawton to help our elderly, I think is crucial and vital. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I will let you know that the Senior Corps RSVP, it's the only one in the state that's actually ran by a municipality. Other programs like this are run by different agencies in the town and not through the municipality.
And I'm sure interested in finding somebody besides the city to run it. I have a problem with dropping it so abruptly without trying to transition to another organization.
That made me remember, I just wanted to say that is a grant that we applied for, correct? And I think that giving up the grant is something that we need to think about also.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion to table carries 6-0. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Okay, we are back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Okay, executive session item number 63. Tim?
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss litigation in the case of Centos Corp. Number 2 versus City of Lawton, CJ 2022-598. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item number 64, Tim.
Pursuant
Number 64, Tim.
Yeah, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma, titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus the City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 23284G. That conversation did occur, and my understanding we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, due to defendant DeLuce Allen having made a written request to the city for representation, and upon finding that Allen was acting in good faith and in the course of his employment, I move that the city provide representation to Allen by authorizing the firm of Goolsby, Proctor, and Hefner to represent Allen.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please call the roll, or please vote. One more. Somebody hadn't voted. Motion carries 6-0. Item number 65, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss litigation in the case State of Oklahoma ODOT versus Gills Waste Oil LLC versus the City of Lawton, case number CV 2020-2134, Oklahoma County. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item number 66, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as acting city manager. It's my understanding that that conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Is there a motion for adjournment? Is there a so move and a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson.